Everyone, we will officially call this Manvel City Council workshop to order here at 5 p.m. I'll go ahead and read off the executive session item, and then we'll step back into executive session. Dan, please have anyone from city staff that needs to join us, and then we'll have our EDC president, Mr. Jason Black, also join us. City Council will convene into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiation, discuss 380 agreement with BCS Capital Group, and we will head back to executive session at 5 p.m. Thank you. Convene from executive session here at 5:51 p.m., having taken no action in executive session. And we will wrap up this workshop now and take council a 9-minute break until we start the regular meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We will officially call this Manvel City Council meeting to order. At this point in time, we have 5 of 7 members present, and we are going to begin with the invocation. And Councilman Rossi Knox, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here. Would you be able to lead us in the invocation tonight? Okay.
Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you for this day. I thank you for this great city. I thank you for our great people. God, please touch each one of us leaders up here. Help us to make wise decisions that bless our city and bless our community. God, help and be with our police officers, our firefighters, our emergency services to protect and serve our community. God, thank you for the opportunities that we have as a city, and please continue to bless us moving forward. In your name I pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councilman. Next, we have the inspirational reading. I know Councilwoman Roby Robinson is on her way, so Council, we will go back to that once she is here. So we will move on to the pledge. If you can, please stand and join me in saying the pledge. First, the U.S. flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
To the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one, indivisible.
Thank you, everyone. So next, we actually have a few presentations. And so, Council, if you guys can join me around up in the front, that would be great. So the first recognition that we have tonight, and I want to give our Chief of Police, Chief Traylor, an opportunity to share a little bit about the Citizens Police Academy. Then we'll let the cadets that are here come forward, and you guys got to pick one of you who's going to say a few words. So you guys can rock, paper, scissors it to see who's going to speak. So, Chief, can you tell us a little bit about the Citizens Police Academy?
Yes, the Citizen Police Academy is something we started here at Manvel back 2018. I believe this is our 4th academy that we've graduated. The Citizen Police Academy is not what you think is the academy you go out and then you start running around and act like a police officer. Basically what it is, it's a program that initiated way back in the 90s to help the community to understand the roles and what the significance of law enforcement or police officers is. One of their mottos, and we stick by that, is education through understanding. So what it is, it's basically it's modified police academy or police academy that the officers themselves actually come out and instruct the different sections that we have. With them during their ride-alongs, and it's just an overall program that we're going to try to keep going forward and try to keep doing it every year.
We're having a little issues with the microphone, so we'll go without it for right now. So can we please have those that participated in the academy, you guys come forward here. Congratulations on your special graduation tonight. Which one of you did you decide to say a few words?
Marianne.
Oh, Marianne. There it is.
Mary Ann's gonna say a few words
Mary Ann,
for us.
can you tell us just a little bit about the experience and some of the things that you guys learned?
First of all, it's a fantastic experience. We're going to shoot for another one next year. Right now, we're doing one a year, to make sure we can get the community involved. And as Chief said, you get to learn and see what they do, what they are about. The police officers that were doing the instruction this time, there's just not enough time in the class, but it was awesome to hear their stories, to learn how they do the taser, how they do traffic stops and why they do some of the traffic stops. So please, when this comes out later next year, please sign up for it. It's very helpful. It's an insight to their world. You know, it's the whole video, not the part of the video where the cop is in trouble. Think of it that way. It's the whole picture.
Thank you, Mary Ann. They tried to get me to come out there one night to show them what it was like to be tased, and it just so happened that our council meeting went very long that night, so I was so disappointed by that. Well, congratulations, you guys. We appreciate you taking the time out of your evenings to be involved, to learn. We look forward to seeing what you accomplish in the community, sharing the good word, and raising awareness for all the great things that our police department does. So, council, if you guys want to surround them in the back here, we'll take a photo together. Next, we have part 2 of the recognitions that we are giving as a part of our facility naming process. So as you guys know, we have a lot of new facilities that have come online or they are actively in the works. And our goal as we bring these new facilities online, whether it's the Booth Water Tower or the Keith Traylor Criminal Justice Center, parks, playgrounds, we want to honor those who have made such an impact on the community of Manvel and are even still making an active impact. If you don't remember where you've been, you'll never know where you're going. And so the first recognition that we want to give out tonight is in honor and recognition of the contributions of Dr. Roland Lenarduzzi to the welfare of the animals in the city of Manvel. And back here at Heritage Park, we are officially naming the dog park the Lenarduzzi Dog Park. So Doc, if you could come forward, congratulations.
I don't know how this is going to go.
We'll find out together.
Really, this is just a great honor for me. Okay. Sorry. Never really expected, but it's a wonderful thing, and I really thank everyone that had anything to do with this. I spent many years here, and Manvel was a very small place when I started. So anyway, thank you so much.
Congratulations. No, you'll be able to keep that, yeah. So we'll take a photo real quick, but how many years did you operate your business here in the city of Manvel?
Right at 50.
Right at 50 years, which is incredible. And something special that I learned about you is not only could people take their animals to you, but you would also make home visits to them, knowing at times that there was a desperate need and urgent response required, and you took the time to be there for the people and their extended family members.
When I first started here, that was the biggest complaint that people had. Is we can't get anybody to come out, and of course, in those days, there was a lot of large animals, and so, yeah, that was an important thing. But yeah, I continue to do that the whole time, and people, a lot of times, I think, obviously, people like that. So.
Council, if you want to come forward, we'll take a photo together real quick. Next, we have the recognition of the naming for our Public Works facility. And this is in honor and recognition of the legacy and contributions of Karen Kinlaw to the city of Manvel. And we are officially naming the Public Works facility that is now back in the works. It's started back up again. We are naming it the Karen Kinlaw Public Works Facility. And for those that may not be familiar with Karen, she did pass away not too long ago. And so we have some of her family members and close friends that are here tonight. So if you guys can please come forward and join us as we recognize Karen Kinlaw and her family that's here. Let's give them a round of applause.
I do know if my mom was here, she would have helped Dr. Ducey with his speech because they were on first name basis. But again, this is a privilege. I want to thank everybody that had a part of it. And I wish, well, I know she knows. So thank you.
Now, Miss Karen had some delicious banana pudding, and while she was alive, she would never share the recipe, but you guys were able to share it with us. I took that recipe home, and we make it all the time, and it is delicious. I try not to put on... I'm sorry. No, it's a secret. It's a secret now. But Miss Karen not only served on the EDC for many, many years, working here with Miss Melody and close friends there, but she also helped out with the volunteer fire department and made such a significant impact on the community of Manvel. So she is very much missed, but her memory and legacy will live on. Council, if you can join us for a photo. So we have one more recognition to give tonight for Miss Kara Hunter. Miss Kara is actually a resident of Manvel, and she recently won the award of Miss Harris County. Now, you may be wondering, like myself, how does a Manvel resident win the title of Miss Harris County? And I was informed that just because you may not live within Harris County, you can still compete within the competition. And so we are proud of you, proud of your accomplishment. So I'll read this out, and then we'll have you come forward and say a few words. So this is in recognition of Kara's outstanding achievement in being crowned Miss Harris County, and for the grace, leadership, and commitment that you have shown in representing your community. Through your See the Change project, you are empowering youth to grow in compassion, communication, and leadership, while encouraging students to pursue opportunities in STEM and healthcare fields. Your dedication to service and to uplifting others reflects the very best of the City of Manvel's spirit, one of kindness, purpose, and community pride. And with sincere congratulations and appreciations, we here at the City of Manvel proudly honor your accomplishments and the positive example that you set for others. So if you could come forward, let's give her a round of applause.
So you guys are probably wondering why Miss Harris County would be at a Manvel City Hall meeting. I've lived here. I graduated from Manvel. I danced on the dance team. I had an amazing time here. Lots of friends. I have family that lives here. I want to inform you guys about the pageant world. So many think that it's just a crown, it's for beauty and all that stuff. But the main thing that they look at is the girls who it's called a CSI, your Community Service Initiative, and it's what you want to do with your platform. And we're given this amazing opportunity to meet a whole lot of people. You know, you get donations. I get to go out and do stuff. I'll be going to Miss Texas in June, so hopefully I get to represent you guys in Harris County really well. The thing I really want to do with my platform, I know everyone's aware of what happened to Mr. Charlie Kirk, and it really hurt me just knowing that no one can have an opinion anymore without something, just negative. No one knows how to respect opinions. And as someone who doesn't choose a party, I just realized, why can't we say, oh, I disagree, but thank you for sharing your point. And that's what I want kids to know, that it's okay that someone can have a different opinion than you. I also added a STEM readiness program because I'm a STEM major. I want to be a doctor. So hopefully get to go to medical school really soon. I want to raise some money because if you guys don't know, MCAT and NCLEX is very expensive. It's like $700 to take that exam. So I would love to raise some money for that. So thank you guys. Thank you.
We'll come forward, council, and let's take a photo. And I also, before we wrap up this presentation portion, I also want to give a special recognition to our Community Relation Officer, Carr Lacey. So Officer Carr Lacey was, as you can tell, she's very busy. She's all over the place. She just tried to sneak in, but she was very involved in organizing the Citizens Police Academy. So thank you, ma'am, for all that you do and for helping all of these graduates make it through. So let's give her a round of applause. Thank you, everyone. So we are actually going to go back now. He wasn't here. We are going to go back and do the inspirational reading from Councilwoman Carmen Roby Robinson. Councilwoman, what do you have for us tonight?
All right. Good evening, everyone. So this is what I'm going to call the beauty in the risk. So sometimes the greatest rewards come from stepping into the unknown, from taking a chance even when the outcome isn't guaranteed. This weekend, we took the leap with our first fall music festival. There were moments of learning, moments of growth, and yes, a few hiccups along the way. But above all, there was joy, laughter, and a community that showed up far beyond what we imagined. Every risk carries a lesson, and every lesson sets the stage for something greater. This experience reminded us that progress doesn't come from perfection. It comes from passion, effort, and belief in what we're building together. So here's to trying, learning, and doing it all over again, even better next time, because that's how communities grow stronger and how dreams turn into traditions.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So Edgar Ruiz was not able to be here today to celebrate his 5-year employment anniversary, so we'll make sure to get him next time. I believe he's actually was in training today, so he's better educating himself to serve the community of Manvel, but we appreciate Edgar's time with the city and look forward to supporting him over the next 5 years. We will now move on to the staff presentation portion for the public hearing items. Joes, what do you have for us tonight?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The first public hearing that we have is regarding an SUP. This is for the subject site located at 20226 Morris Avenue, Highway 6. This is an approximate 0.565 acre tract that has a retail center developed with associated parking on it. And the requested SUP is for NAICS use number 621310, offices of chiropractors. This will be a use occupied within an existing lease space. There's no development happening. There's no exterior changes to the building or anything. So this is just this public hearing is for you all to consider an SUP for the medical use, which is required by our zoning ordinance. This was discussed at the Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission. They are forwarding a positive recommendation of approval unanimously, and staff had recommended them conditional approval with the predetermined conditions from the zoning ordinance listed in the final report, and with an additional condition specifying that the SUP is allowed only for that particular lease space. If you all have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Sounds good. Thank you, Joes. I will read off the public hearing, then we will open it up for anybody wishing to comment or speak on the subject of the public hearing. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand. We'll have you come forward, state your name and address for the record, and then the floor will be yours. I will do 3 calls for those wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. So the public hearing is to hear input from the public regarding an ordinance of the City of Manvel, Texas, amending the zoning classification of approximate 0.5651 acre tract currently developed as a retail center with associated parking located at 20226 Morse Avenue, Highway 6, PID 2279994 from Light Commercial District, State Highway 6 Overlay District to Light Commercial District, State Highway 6 Overlay District with specific use permit, providing for the granting of a specific use permit with the conditions to authorize the use of property for NAICS use 621310 offices of chiropractors within the lease space Suite C, providing for the amendment of the city's official zoning map, providing for severability, and providing a penalty in amount not to exceed $2,000 for each day of violation of any provision hereof. We will open up this public hearing at 6:21 p.m. Do I have anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing? We have somebody. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
Good evening, council, city, staff. My name is Marianne Atkinson. I'm at 7425 Jordan Road, Manvel. I would like to say I appreciate a chiropractor coming in. We do not have anything like that here. It is not a dentist and it's not a donut shop. So please, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marianne. We will do the second call for anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. Third call for anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. We will close the public hearing at 6:22 p.m. We now have public comments. I believe we have 2 others forthcoming, but the first one we have, and I will read off your name, have you come forward, state your name and address for the record, and then you will have 3 minutes to speak. This is not a time for council to have dialogue back and forth, but rather to listen to your concerns, ideas, or thoughts. You will see the time on the screens and the confidence monitor here. First individual that we have signed up to speak is Mr. Patrick. Mr. Patrick, thank you for being here tonight. If you could state your name and address for the record. And thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you for having me. Good evening, Madam Council and gentlemen City Council members of the City of Manvel. Excuse me. My name is Patrick Cassidy. I live at 5747 Bob White Trail in Serenity, right down the road here. And we are lots back right up to the Chocolate Bayou. And I represent a lot of Serenitians, all the members of our community. A great big thank you, and we're all thrilled about the new stop signs down by the Barbara Bennett Elementary School, and you all do so much for a whole lot of people, and we just really wanted to thank you. That's my one purpose for coming for that those stop signs. I drove, and I have been driving since I've lived here, toward 288 on the Parkway. And I've noticed, street lights and stop signs especially with the flashers, which tells you they're really serious about stopping. I mean, they mean business, and I see a lot of people probably take that to heart. Here comes the other shoe. The stop sign at the Inspiration, I believe, at our avenue, that has none of these features: the flashing lights or the utility poles. And so I'm here to say concerns a lot of us thinking about when the dawn comes upon us and the early morning, the darkness comes. There's a concern there, and yet, in my opinion, stop signs without flashings or even the utility poles, they kind of blend into the landscape, in my opinion. So I'm concerned about a lot of people in our community thinks the same about just safety, overall safety, but certainly especially for the children and those that are transporting the children to school, either by their parents or the bus drivers, and that just concerns us. And we're hoping that you'll take note of this and maybe find our concerns viable. Maybe to look into possibly maybe a retrofit of heavy commercial lighting, flashers that could be easily adapted to those stop signs. I don't know if there are, but I would think there might be, and that you would consider looking into the stoplights and the flashing lights there. So that's really all I needed to really say. I want to value your time and also ask if you have anything of me you wanted to ask.
Mr. Patrick, thank you for being here. We're not able to ask questions of you tonight at this portion, but we appreciate you taking the time and being here tonight, sir.
Thanks for having us. Thank you,
Mr. Patrick. Next up, we have Pastor Stuart Martin. Pastor. I think you know the routine. Thank you for being here tonight, sir.
Hello, all y'all. Appreciate you letting me come up and speak. I'll try to keep it within 3 minutes. You know how preachers are. We're here on the behalf of the number 4 on the agenda, Gilbo, and I own land right beside this piece of property. That's where my house is. The church has property right on the other side. And back years ago, this was zoned, and this is whenever all the city of the people, whenever it was in the zoning, we had a big discussion on how to rebuild the downtown. Well, if you keep pushing these zoning things off till the next person, we'll never really get Manvel rezoned to where we have commercial buildings down here. And so that's now if you're going to change, that's fine, because I've got other property, and I know some other people's got other property that we'd like to have some stuff rezoned too. So anyway, and on the other side of this, he said that on the last meeting, he said that they weren't able to lease it out and things like that. Well, I've lived there, and I've never seen a real estate sign up there. And in fact, the only thing that's been cut on that piece of property is whenever I went over there 3 years ago and cut a path for him to be able to see up in there, because he asked me, because that's when he had some things that were stolen. I told, yeah, I'll cut some mow that where I can see up in there, because I live beside him, and to where I can see up in there when stuff was stolen. But the main thing is that whenever it was rezoned, when it was zoned for commercial property. And because of that, we wanted to reestablish the area down here to be a downtown area. Now, if y'all walk out the building here and you go over to the city water billing, you can look across and see his property and see my property. And that his property is a 6 foot tall, 7 foot tall ragweed. And it's been that way all year, last year, and year before that, and year before that. So my basic is that, this is what the city wanted several years ago whenever they established zoning. And I would like to kind of see it kept that way myself. But if not, that's fine, because I can sell my piece of property a little later on to anybody that comes in town. Now, once again, I'll tell you, I called down here to City Hall and asked them about the zoning, if I could turn that into a rent house if I bought it. And they said no, that they weren't going to rezone it for a rental piece of property. And that was the reason why I didn't buy it, because I thought it'd be good for me, good for our church, where we could do different things with it, in between back and forth, putting people in there that needed help. But for that reason of not being able to put people in there, we did not buy it, we backed out of it. So that's another reason also that I'd like to see it remain as it needs to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pastor. Your haircut looks great, by the way, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Pastor Martin's better half, Miss Betty Martin. Thank you, ma'am, for being here tonight. If you could just state your name and address for the record, and then you have three minutes. How are you doing tonight?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good.
I hope you like my haircut.
It looks great.
My name's Betty Martin, and my address is 7516 Palmetto. That was my husband. And my concern was, when looking at the documents, I don't quite understand what the change will entail on the, changing the zoning from light commercial to whatever the other designation is. That they can have a residence and something with plants. I don't know. It's just confusing to me. So, and the city staff did not, recommend it. And they're of course they're familiar with all the building code stuff. So, zoning. So anyway, I just, it's nothing personal. I just, like my husband, we know this is going to be developed. I've lived here since I was in the 2nd grade, so I've lived here 60 years. And, I know you're elders. So, it's changed big time. And I know lots more changes are coming, and it's mostly commercial development. So, anyway, that's why we would prefer to just stay like it is. So, thank y'all.
Thank you, ma'am. And your haircut does look great, by the way. All right, Ms. Tammy, any other public comments that have been submitted? No? Okay, we will now move on to the city manager update. Manager Dan.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Councilwoman Roby Robinson mentioned, the Fall Music Festival was this past Saturday, and I'm sure y'all have some comments that you might want to have at the end of the meeting, but I just wanted to once again thank our staff, especially Lisette, my executive assistant. She was the staff liaison with Your Neighborhood Farmers Market, and she had a pre-scheduled family vacation and was still able to coordinate with her and everything all the way leading up. So she got back on Friday and was able to enjoy the event. And of course, I think we had 6 out of 7 council members and 6 out of 7 directors, and it was just, I don't know how you could do any better. It was just really great from that standpoint. Really good participation. I think we heard over 7,000 people by the time it was all said and done. We'll be having a meeting, of course, to go through. Some people call it a post-mortem meeting. That sounds kind of scary to me, but an after-action report, I think, is the way that Jamie, our emergency management coordinator, is identifying it. So lots of lessons learned. I guess this was our baseline, right? First one ever, and lots and lots of good things and lots of things to talk about for room for improvement, hopefully for next year. So that was the first one. Second thing is Trunk or Treat is this Friday at 5 p.m. Right here in the parking lot at City Hall. So bring the kids out for candy and all that kind of good stuff. Christmas parade. Tammy, can you give them a quick little update on that, please?
So we're working on the plans. It's going to be a little bit different than previous years. Instead of having the cocoa and cookies with Santa, we're looking at doing a morning event on December the 6th. Will be a breakfast with Santa and a story time with the children. That will be from 8 to 10. Is what we're looking at. And then that evening from 6 to 8 would be the parade in the same location as we've had it last year or previous years at the high school. So we're finalizing some of the plans on that, and then we'll start getting some social media posts filtered out there to notify the public.
Awesome. Thank you, Tammy.
A quick update on some of the items that were approved in the budget. If you recall, Council, we had 13 new positions identified, and 4 of those have already been filled. The other ones are all being going through the interviewing process. I think all but one of them has actually been advertised. So thanks, Chad, for keeping the foot on the gas there.
Hey, Dan, quick question for that.
Sure.
Which 4 have been filled?
Sure. Let's see. So 2 of the jail supervisor, the time frame is to be determined, but
This week.
this week. Okay, perfect. So the jail supervisor, the 2 of the maintenance technicians, and the foreman position. Those 4. And then several of the other ones are very, very close. And then also, while we're talking about the budget, so the supplemental items, if you recall, we had 35 supplemental items identified. And I guess I can say I'm proud of the team, especially Robbie. We have already taken care of 19 of those 35 in the first 2 weeks of this budget year. So I guess he's moving just in case anybody changes their mind.
Rosie's a little nervous, right?
That's why Rosie's not here. Yes, exactly. He's stressed her out. No, I'm kidding. But some of those supplemental items you saw on Saturday. Some of our side-by-sides. Obviously, the zero-turn mowers have been going to town, taking care of things. The Almost Heaven walking trail. So really, really excited that they jumped on those things. The City Hall expansion and Heritage Park project, that is out for bid right now. We had the pre-bid meeting last week. I was just looking on Civcast, and currently there are 65 plan holders. Now, keep in mind, that doesn't necessarily mean 65 general contractors. It could be subs and whatnot, but people are interested in the plan. So those submittals will be due next week on the 29th. So hoping for good news on that project. And I sent y'all an email about the different ad alternates for Heritage Park. Hopefully you saw that, the gazebo and the pavilion. That's distracting. The gazebo, the pavilion, the playground equipment, all those different parts are ad alternates. let's see, two last things. So the fire marshal's office has, can we say officially moved, Chief? Or in the process of officially moving?
It'll be official tomorrow.
Officially tomorrow.
They
So
are moving currently right now, and they should be in it full-time tomorrow.
pretty exciting. So once upon a time that was City Hall, and then for many, many years it's been the police station. So that is now going to be where Shauna and JD and Malcolm are housed over there. So public will actually have a way to go visit with the fire marshal's office should they want to. And then the final thing, as it turns out, in case Mr. Cassidy was wondering, Robbie, do you have an update on Meridiana Parkway and Inspiration?
As far as the stop signs go, they should be in by the end of next week. So we do have them order.
They being
For the
what?
flashing.
The flashing stop
Yes, sir,
signs.
the flashing signs. Yes, sir.
Very timely question.
Get a hallelujah from the back
Good.
there.
That's all, Mayor.
Awesome. Thank you, Manager Dan. That's a great update. Thank you to the staff for all of their work on all of this. We will now move on to the consent agenda. Any comments and/or questions about the consent agenda? Councilman Bonner?
I'd like to see about us removing item 9 from the regular agenda and placing it on the consent agenda. I believe it's 9.
Yep, I'm in support of that, Council. Are you guys in support of moving item number 9 up to the consent? All right, we got approval for that. Do we need to make a motion for that, Tammy, to move it into the consent agenda? Okay.
I'll make the motion.
All right, I'll second that motion from Councilman Bonner to move agenda item number 9 into the consent agenda. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 6-0. Any other comments and/or questions about the consent agenda? Hearing none, do I have a motion for the consent agenda as amended?
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion from Councilman Bonner. We have a second from Councilman Rossi Knox. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 6-0. Thank you, everyone. Agenda item number 1, as we have no items removed from the consent agenda, it is going to be consideration and possible action to accept the Parks and Recreation Board recommendation of approval regarding the design, the not-to-exceed amount, and authorize the city manager to execute all documents for the 2025 Game Time Community Champions Program for the Heritage Park Playground equipment. Dan, if you can introduce this item, and I believe we're going to have a presentation. Is there a way that we can get that presentation on these screens here as well? It's going to be difficult for me to see those screens.
So the presentation piece of it for the exhibits, which is going to be all the numbers, yes, that's in your packet. The rest of it, the visual, is on a specialty program.
Okay.
That's not going to, but it shows up. You're going to be able to see the big picture of the rendering of the park equipment.
Is there a way to project, Tammy, this onto our screens here? Do you know?
Typically, yes.
We can continue on, but if there's a way to
send a
do that,
message.
that would be much appreciated. Thank you, Tammy. Sorry, Manager Dan.
No, you're good. So last Thursday, our Parks Board met, and I guess, let's see, Councilman Bonner is the staff liaison, so he was able to be there, and so we got the sort of the final presentation. We're under a little bit of a deadline on some opportunities that we've got with our playground vendor, and the Parks Board. They've been really. This has just been an exciting thing, I think, for the staff to watch because, there was a Parks Board years and years ago, and this council decided to let's get this Parks Board going again and have people that are very passionate about, parks and recreation and what the community needs. And so they're able to kind of work on the nuts and bolts of it and come back to council with a good recommendation. So I think this is going to be roughly the same presentation that we saw last Thursday,
That's
Tim.
correct. Yes, sir.
So appreciate you being here again, twice in just a couple of days.
Not a problem. Mayor, council, City of Manvel, thank you for having me. My name is Tim Duckworth. I'm with Cunningham Recreation, representing Game Time Playgrounds. I want to just take a second and say thank you to the Parks Board. They weren't easy. They had many questions, and they didn't let me just get away with just any answer. So thank you all for that. Made me go back and do some more homework and try to gather everything that they were looking for. PCAL and M2L challenged me for
Heritage Park to come up with some of the things that they were looking for on a design and be able to come back and present it to the Parks Board and to reach all the areas of play that they were looking for. Here is just an overall view of the area with no added, the pavilion, the bathrooms, the playground area. Underneath, this is adding that space. Here in this, you'll see that this is the playground area, pavilion, and a little gazebo in this area. What I'm here today is just to speak on just the playground space. This is your alternates 1, 2, and 3, and 4. And then a top view of what the playground would look like. Just looking from the top down, what it would look like in the space that M2L gave me that's allotted for the playground area. I'm going to move to a 3D program. I'm going to warn you, sometimes I shake when I move my mouse, so if somebody moves quick, just look away, then come back. If you tell me to stop, I'll zoom in and all that. So here is the 3D rendering of the space. Actually, it's not working that well for me. I'm going to try something different. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not getting a response. I apologize. I have renderings in your packets of the actual of this model.
So Tim, as you try to figure that out, Manager Dan, can you kind of orient us to what we see on the screen, kind of what would be, how would that layout be on the actual site plan?
Yeah, Tim, are you driving or is that Blake driving?
I'm driving right here. So here's the 2D. Do you want the overall? Do you want to step up and?
Well, it's just like what you're showing right here. So existing City Hall. So if you were to look out the back, straight back that way, looking towards the north, right?
Correct. That's correct.
So the parking lot is going to be back over here, pavilion right here, 1128's back over this way.
Perfect.
I don't know if you remember where the restroom was.
Would you?
That's, if you look right here at this picture, you get a better idea now. So the restroom's kind of in front of the play area, the dog park and retention ponds to the east. So that whole area, about probably 3/4 of that area is playground. The total footage was what?
It's a little over 5,000 square feet.
Square feet.
Very, very large space.
Okay. And if we can go back to the 3D rendering, let's see if we can get that to work there.
Unfortunately, it's not wanting to cooperate. I'm going to attempt to just with my fingers.
Oh, that's a little bit better there. Okay.
I'm going to try to rotate it. It's not wanting. It worked every time until when you really need it. I'm sorry. I have some still footages.
Yeah, if you could show us the still footages, that would be great.
Okay, let me move back. I apologize. Within this space,
we can blame the AWS outage from earlier, right? That's
perfect. Yeah,
one, right?
We'll take it. I'll take any way that I can get away from it.
And these images are in our packet?
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. This is the structure here that we have. Some of the challenge was that we wanted to meet all levels of play, all our friends to be able to come out and play. Maybe a child in a mobility device, maybe a child with autism, maybe a child that doesn't have that challenge. But we wanted to be able to have something for everybody. One of my goals when I'm designing playgrounds is, my name is Tim, and I like to say Timid Timmy, and then Johnny's. We've got to be able to get Timid Timmy's confidence up and build and go higher in the structure and climb and build all his skills. But we also need to keep Johnny busy. We all know if he's not busy and challenged, he can kind of get off and do some things we probably wouldn't want him to do. So we have found that part of being inclusive is also to have a child maybe in a mobility device autism, to have them play along and to be able to get them elevated to different areas within the structure to play along with their friends. If you have a child, maybe autism, overstimulated, in the past it was, let's put something out here, let's separate them, let's put them, and then we started to realize, no, that's exclusion and not inclusion. So we have put some different seats underneath the playground area. You can see here in this space, it kind of gives them a spot to go and just relax and kind of come back down. Here, we have so the child will be able to, in this space right here, come up with a mobility device, can transfer out of his device, go down a slide right here. Maybe you have a small child that wants to be with the older brother. They can go together. This is a lower slide for that child. Sometimes it's just getting a child elevated. Their feet are elevated. It's something new to them. It gives them that opportunity. On this back side of the structure here, we have what's called a rocking raft. Which makes it tough when you can't spin in 3D model. This piece right here, that allows for that child. So you have a child that may be in a mobile.
Could you zoom in on that?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So the child will come on and they can transfer in this piece right here. Their friends, their brothers can also sit in there with them. Maybe it's a child in a mobility device that can't transfer out. They're able to stay inside that device, and then they're able to rock. It's called our rocking raft, and gives them that too and that feeling of just moving back and forth, and also their friends laughing and giggling and spending that time with them in that space. On the other side, they can transfer up from that and go up, up, up. Here's another deck. We have in this place right here, we have a play panel for them, a few things, a child on a mobility device, a child with autism, just a child in general. It's an activity panel. It's something to keep them busy while they're on the structure. Our goal is to keep them at the park, have fun, do all the adventure as possible. We have the imaginary play. We added a steering wheel. I don't know about you guys. When I was a small child, I was constantly with the Hot Wheels cars and imaginary play, constantly in the dirt, building cities, things, taking mom's dishes out of the house, out there, and look what I do for a living. A child, just the opportunity to sit in front of a steering wheel, imagine driving down the road. A child in a mobility device that may never have that opportunity can have that imaginative play of standing there. Just small little things along the way to give them to do. And then they're able to transfer up. And I'm going to see, I apologize, I'm going to kind of bring it down and give you this backside. We have this net. And you say, how is a child in a mobility device able to get out onto that net? The material that we have is called sheer grip material, but it's kind of, if you think, the only thing I can kind of match it to, something that we might see constantly, is your local H-E-B, Kroger's, when you check out, that material that you put your groceries on and it goes down. It has a grip to it. This material is very similar to that. It allows a child that might be able to transfer out of his mobility device, and that is a bridge that they'll be able to walk out, and then there's an area and a space. They may not be able to climb on that net, but they're within their friends. They're in that environment. They're in that space, and that makes that an inclusive net. They're out there with their friends. I have seen, you want me to blow it up a little bit, Mayor? That's as far as I can go. I've seen some of these little guys that have some very, very strong upper body, and can make it up that net, can pull themselves, which is a little nerve-wracking for me. Be careful, don't fall, kind of I go to, but they've done very, very well with it. Also, if you have a child moving up to the higher deck on this space, we're able to travel up, also more sheer grip material that allow for that child to transfer out of the mobility device and able to make it to one of these structures up here where we have multiple slides. And typically they would have somebody, you can see here's a slide here if they don't quite make it all the way up to the taller slides. This is a 6-foot slide and 8-foot slide, or 7-foot slide at the top. Multiple challenging climbers on this. I talked a lot about a child maybe in a mobility device, but the other child too, that we can challenge them to go to the top, make it to the top, and want to come to Heritage Park to play on this play space. I'm sorry about, again, I apologize about the 3D. Here's just a little kind of zoning in on the higher level of that space. A spiral slide coming off this backside. You can see right here. I'm going to try to find a better picture of it, hopefully. Here it is. A nice spiral slide. One thing when you design a playground is to keep the kids moving, right? Get them off the couch, get them off the games, and get the exercise, get that energy out of them, keep them moving. We create what's called looping patterns. So what that is wherever there's an entrance, wherever there's an exit, we have an entrance. So they can come down this slide, come back up, and get back on this structure. Come down the slide on the other side. Here's another climber. They can climb up and get back onto the structure and just keep moving and moving and moving all the way around the space. We didn't want to forget about our little friends. Maybe they didn't want to get on the big structure. This structure that you see here is the 5 to 12. We also included something for our smaller brothers and sisters, a 2 to 5. Playgrounds come in 2 to 5, 5 to 12. So we created a space for them and for them to, as they grow and come back, their families come back to Heritage Park, then they'll be able to get on the 5 to 12. So here's the unit that we decided for, that we designed for them. A small slide, little bitty guy that wants to get up. That's a 3-foot deck, and they're able to just zoom down that slide real quick. And if I'm running out of time, y'all just tell me. If you want to interrupt me or anything, do that as well. On this slide here, I apologize. Trying to find more of the 2 to 5 unit. Here we go. We have a triple slide, nothing like getting up and having a couple friends that come hang out with you at the park, climb up to the top. 3 of you, on the count of 3, let's race. 1, 2, 3, let's go. And we get down to the bottom of the slide at the same time. Again, a challenging climber here. This is our River Rock climber. Multiple ways of travel to get back onto the unit. They can come back down, get to the lower level. They can, a slide is here as well. And on this side, multiple climbers. This tube here is a climber as well. We have a set of bongos on the lower level that allows for a child and maybe a mobility device or a child that's not wanting to get onto the structure. They're able to have something and stand. It's called ground level play. And we have created that as well. Any questions?
I think let's, Dan, if you can kind of talk about why this is coming up in front of us now, and then we'll open it up to council comments and questions. I'd love Councilman Bonner to go first as our liaison to the Parks Board, and then Councilman Oplager, we'll have you up on deck, because I know a big piece for you was making sure that it was an inclusive playground from there. Go ahead, Manager.
Sure. So, Mayors, so the playground equipment is one of the add alternates. It's add alternate number 4 to the City Hall expansion and Heritage Park project. So left to our own demise, that's the way. I mean, it can continue that way. As it turns out, since the Parks Board has been really fleshing out the components and the design and the style and everything, at the end of, I guess, as end of every calendar year that y'all have this?
So we've had the community grant. It's not every single year. It has been the last 8 to 10.
Okay.
but they don't guarantee it every year.
So there was a window of opportunity that if the Parks Board was able to make a recommendation to get to y'all, and if y'all approve of the recommendation, then basically by the end of October, we'll say, then we can get a pretty substantial discount. It's almost $100,000 in discount if we're good with this. If you didn't want to for whatever reason, we can let it go through the process that was, the normal process. I suspect we'd probably wind back up with the same vendor without the $100,000 discount. So the timing, Mayor, is again, we're trying to secure this now. We don't have to pay for the installation and whatnot yet because we're not ready, because we're going to need the general contractor to ready the site, get the drainage squared away, electricity and lights and all those other kind of things. But this would sort of secure it. It takes you all a while to order all the components, to
Yes.
spec the different colors and all that kind of good stuff.
That's right. So the colors you guys would choose that we would need to kind of make that decision so we can put it on order, but it's 12 weeks manufacturing, and then we could store it at the site in Conroe, or if you guys have the space down here, we could store it in your space at Public Works.
Perfect. Thank you, Dan. Councilman Bonner?
Yeah, the Parks Board worked very, very hard looking at individual things like the colors that are up there on the deal represent the colors that the Parks Board suggested. They wanted to stick with being Heritage Park. The red, white, and blue kind of fit into that theme for the whole overall park. He presented the other night the actual materials, and so the Parks Board was able to look at small samples of those colors and the textures and things like that. Overall, I think they did a great job of listening to probably, 4 different times before the Park Board about what they liked about the design, what they didn't like, what they'd like to see changed. And every time it came back with a positive result. The inclusivity of everything was perfect. This is a park that everybody can use. All the children can have access to different parts of it. It's safe. The cover works good. They really don't look as big as what they are in the drawings. They're pretty good size. We talked about things like weather effects and all that. The warranties on products. The Parks Board was really thorough in asking about all the questions that I thought they should ask. This plan will save us probably, like you say, $100,000, because the way the process works and all the different companies, you're probably being presented who's going to do that if we didn't vote to save the $100,000. So the Parks Board's recommendation came back that they would like to see this approved at a not to exceed, I believe it's $162,000. They just picked that number as instead of being exact for this, and to take the discount that was offered us on this.
And Mayor and Council, if y'all have access to your email, Tammy was able to work her magic and get those sort of still shots of the playground equipment so you can see it on your screen. I think she's uploading it as well. We're trying to get it up on the stream.
Cool. Thank you, Tammy.
One other quick item that came up during the discussion, and it's kind of was, what was the ground? And if you can see in the quote right now, it's using the wood fiber as the bottom. If you've been out to Croy Park, you've seen the
poured-in-place rubber and the engineered wood fiber mix.
The Parks Board made their recommendation just strictly based on price. It was about, what was the difference in upfront cost?
So your engineered wood fiber, that's the wood material, is roughly about $9 a square foot. And your poured-in-place rubber, all is roughly between $30 to $36 a square foot.
They weren't opposed to that if the funds are available, but we're not going to know that right now. So if council chooses at a later time that that's what they want to put down, that's on the back end. It's not right now that we have to decide that. This is strictly equipment. So the Parks Board wanted y'all to know that they're not opposed to going with that they made their deal strictly on a cost.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hopliger?
So I see it.
Then we'll go Mayor Pro Tem Hans next.
Thank you, Mayor. I see it. Now, I was a little bit lost on when I was looking at your grant rules and limitations, and then I finally see, so with the amount of 243,904, then you're granting us 95,000
Yes, sir.
off the price.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Right? Okay, so, and then I guess that's really but in order to do that, it has to be that full price, to get, to qualify. I guess it goes down if we start pricing it down, the grant opportunity goes down?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, that's it. That was just my only question. I looked at it and wasn't sure how that grant, so it's just it's not that we have to apply and wait. You're going to give it to us right away.
As a form of a discount.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Kind of like the easiest way for me to describe it is when you go and buy your vehicle and say you negotiate down, which is your buy board, and then the manufacturer says, well, there's a rebate. You take advantage of that rebate.
Thank you, Councilman. Mayor Pro Tem?
Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you, sir, and I apologize for the program.
It's great. No, it's fine. The awnings, the canvas awnings, what is the warranty or the life expectancy of those?
So it's the same canvas awnings that you have at Croy Park. That is our playground equipment as well that's out there. The life expectancy, we've talked about this, you're close to the coast. So if you have a huge storm that comes in and Mr. Robbie's guys aren't able to get out there, there's a risk that they could be damaged during that storm. But we see 10 years life expectancy on the cloth before. There may be some fading. It is in Texas sun, but as long as there's no vandalism, we typically see about 10 years before they need to change it out. Just the cloth, not the frame.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
And what is the warranty with that?
The warranty is actually at a 2-year warranty on the cloth. Yes, sir.
Okay. And in one of your photos there, you had like the mountain stone steps going up.
Yes, sir, for the 2 to 5, the rock. Yes, sir.
What kind of material surface is on that? Is it, do you have some grit to that? Or?
So there's the texture of the plastics. I wanted to share that with you too, is back in the day, if you remember when you went down a slide, it was a smooth plastics. And we learn with autism, not necessarily always, but sometimes you see a child, when there's a texture, they'll kind of rub and what's going on? And that's kind of soothing that child. That same texture is on that rock as well.
I was just kind of thinking of rainy weather and the kids slipping, trying to get up and down it,
Right.
Not slick plastic.
I don't see complaints of that. I'm not saying that they may not slip and fall if it's wet. I've been on playground equipment. I've done this for 16 years. I climb on it all the time. Sometimes I have to put my little rubber boots on to trek through these parks and different bottoms, and I haven't slipped. I'm not saying that that piece I've gone up, but when it's wet.
And then lastly, I do want to talk about the surface, the fall surface, fall zone, whatever you want to call it. That
yes, sir.
It's wood fiber.
Yes, sir.
The mayor and I visited another park not too long ago, and it's like they had. I've never really seen it. It's like a bark mulch, but it wasn't mulch. To me, it's like tumbled driftwood. It was real small pieces, but it was like tumbled, and it was like.
Was it together, glued?
No, it's just loose, loose. And I think they said they came in and blew more in every few years, but
so
it was a soft surface, but it was.
That to my experience, that would be considered engineered wood fiber.
A what?
Engineered wood fiber.
Engineered wood fiber?
Yes, sir. That's out at Croy Park. Is it the same, when you first go underneath the play structure, that is poured in place when you get out to the swing area? That is your engineered wood fiber.
It's not really a bark mulch, but it's a wood,
It looks like it, but it's not.
yeah.
So they do have what's called loose shredded rubber, and I'm not a fan.
That's what it was.
So that's not, this is what's silly about our industry, and I hate to be up here presenting to you guys and, spilling the beans, but that's not ADA approved. When you're trying to move a child through a mobility device with that loose shredded rubber, it just doesn't happen. It's not how, I don't personally, I've sold it in 16 years, I've sold it twice, and I wasn't happy each time. Most of the time, I just don't sell it. I teach special needs on Sunday at my church, adults, and
No, I wouldn't want the rubber.
that's so. It's an approved fall surface for a child to absorb the impact, but it's not approved ADA, and it sells. So.
Okay, but yours is like a wood based.
Yes, sir. So with the engineered wood fiber, when you first install it, it is not ADA approved, but they say within 2 months, a child still can maneuver through. It's soft. It hasn't had time to settle and compact. But they say after a couple of months, the rainfall, the children, and the people will compact that area, and that mobility device is able to transfer over top of that surfacing. So it is considered ADA approved.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mayor
sir.
Pro Tem. Councilman Rossi Knox.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, sir.
Can you go up to the picture of the slide, or I guess the picture of it altogether? Keep going down. Well, I guess any of those doesn't matter. The entrance onto the actual slide, how is that, like, typically when you go to a park, I feel like a lot of times there's like a little piece that goes around the outside, and you put the mulch inside that, and you have kind of some depth. Is that what we're thinking about here, or is this just going to be kind of?
Yeah, so this is kind of just the program that we have, it's not an actual full-on rendering of the actual area. So that engineered wood fiber is what we have, and I think I'm understanding your question. If I'm not, like, whoa.
Well, I'm just kind of
Are you
curious
seeing
about
the
how
white
those
space?
kids, how kids with a wheelchair will get up onto the unit. Is it going to take place like the entrance take place outside of that kind of a barrier?
So with inside of that space, here you'll see right here, this is from the sidewalk area that it would attach, and allow them to maneuver their mobility device if they don't choose to leave their device. If they come around to this is a transfer platform on the opposite side. Say they're inside their space. It's not a ramp, but it will allow for a child, to transfer out of their mobility device on to this area, and they are able to transfer up the transfer platforms. The one thing about game time, our decks, a lot of playgrounds that you'll see that the holes are small, and so sometimes your engineered wood fiber gets on that, moisture, decks rot out over a period of time. Big punch steel decks is what we have, and it's also, we didn't do it this way intentionally, but we like to claim that we do now, that we saw how it works. It allows for a child to grab and pull throughout the system, allows their fingers to get inside of the punch steel, and it's the PVC coating on the deck, and transfer and move around on that space.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we could get those wheelchairs onto the piece. Am I saying that right? I feel like when you go to a park, there's a little box around the outside, and then you put the mulch in that, so you have kind of some depth. I'm just curious if there's a way for them to get in there besides
So
that main
there's sidewalks
entrance.
all the way around the exterior.
Okay.
So when
Tim, pull up the other graphic there where it shows the.
Yes.
Wait, you just passed, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, like right there. See the ramp? Yeah, perfect.
So here on the exterior.
On the bottom right?
Yes, sir. I think to answer your question, if I can transfer up to the top view and kind of show you what the overall, the park, I think I know where you're going with this.
Councilman, that ramp is going to connect to the outside, so even though there might be a border and the mulch might be poured inside, it would be able to transfer from the sidewalk directly onto that ramp to be able to get.
But there's no other way for them to get. I mean, can you even get a wheelchair across that mulch if you were down in there?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. 100%. And I'm telling you, I'm an advocate. That's why I'm not a fan of the loose shredded rubber. I've seen it. I've been in a park, and it's not good. Engineered wood fiber, I've pushed people across that surfacing, and I'm not even advocating for you guys to go that route. Port in place, that's something for you know in the next step to see where you're at, what it is. But along this area here, you'll find that there's a sidewalk that's all the way around, and that structure and that ramp will come within that space. This is not a good representation because that's actually not it. That's just something that the landscape architect dumped in to give you an idea at the beginning. But they and the surfacing will be with infinity at the height of the sidewalk. So if that child wants to get out on the sidewalk over here, can come and then jump right back in. It'll be level all the way around. There's multiple ways of access, just not one ramp. Am I kind of what you were speaking of?
I think it's great. My good friend Reagan, she's part of the Yellow Out campaign. She raises millions of dollars to build these kind of parks, and it's just a privilege to sit here and get to plan something like this with y'all. This is one of the reasons why I ran for office. So I love the design. It feels like a city. There's so much to do. I'm used to the little park that we had at the police station. We had one little merry-go-round and one little slide. So this is excellent.
With no surfacing. I'm from Montgomery, Texas. We didn't have surfacing. It's still, we're working on it. We're getting better.
I used to live off of Honey, Egypt.
Oh,
there, yeah, Grand Lake Estates.
I know exactly where you are.
Yeah, I lived there for a few years. One of my moves. Thank you for the presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the overview. I just a few comments and questions. The $95,000 grant is great, and so I am in support of this item tonight. I appreciate the Parks Board for their efforts in reviewing everything. A few of the concerns that I had that have been addressed is making sure that it is inclusive, to the councilman's point. Councilman Bonner, you spoke to that there too, and Mayor Pro Tem Lands, talking about the shade. That's important because kids aren't going to want to play there in the summer if it's not properly shaded and protected. I'd love to, Dan and Tammy, see if we could reach out to Reagan. There might even be a monetary contribution that they would want to make to this project. At a minimum, would love to get their feedback on the design. One concern, if you could speak to this, that I have about the coloring specifically, is the areas that are going to be colored as white. Are those going to get dirtier and be more visible because they're white?
So that's where you would naturally believe and think of your vehicle. I've had a few black vehicles, and then now it's the reason I have this colored vehicles. I bought it during COVID, and that was what I got. White, you can go down the road, and white doesn't show as much dirt. Same that I've seen within the playground. If you have someone come over and graffiti, we have a lot of touch-up paint. We can get to you guys. Just actual dirt and grime, no, sir, not as much as you think. Actually, our Stardust color shows more, to be honest, which is a black with a gray metal flake in it, and it shows every. I'm nervous when we install those because it shows so much. So we have to really slow it down.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. Going to the wood fiber conversation, I appreciate the Parks Board's concerns with pricing and being conservative with these dollars. That's important. I know that it would cost extra, but I would be a big proponent and supporter of going to the port in place. When you see the experience at Croy Park between the two different sections, it's and I think our kids are a little bit older now, my wife and I, they still do play on playgrounds, and the experience is better when you don't have to deal with the mulch. My son refuses to wear shoes. He does not wear shoes. It's flip-flops everywhere. Mm-hmm. And so having port in place is going to be a better experience for children like him. And so if council's open to that, that would definitely be my recommendation to see that. Notice there were no swings proposed in this design. Is there a reason for that?
Space.
Okay.
Space. We did not have the space.
And it took a lot to put a swing set in. There's so much safety area that has to go around it. It really took away from being, and knowing that we have other parks coming that we maybe can put some swings at, it just seemed like the better thing to do was to add more equipment versus the swings.
Okay. Now, what about, like, if you look at that, where it has that jut out right there?
It looks huge, doesn't it?
It does it, well, I know it's not, because I'm visualizing it on the map, but do we think that we could have some fillers? I've gotten myself those things that rock back and forth
Yes, sir.
right there. We could look to maybe incorporate some of that to fill out the space there.
We attempted to put, it's very, very small. That is something that we could look at, maybe something that we could put in there that doesn't have a use zone. We attempted to put multiple things in that space, and anything that rocks and moves, they have not only the item itself, it has the use zone that goes around. I can go back and attempt to see what could fit in that space and offer that to you guys. I do know that any of our spring riders, swings, it's not part of our Champions grant. It would just be by board pricing. Yes, sir.
Be curious to see what could fill in there, and maybe even if there's nothing there on the back part, we could have a plaque that describes
Ground level play, we could add some different ground level play, different things that doesn't require a use zone, music, different things that we can offer for the kids.
Yeah, music, or if you do the pour in place, you could even have, hopscotch, built into that, so that way there's space.
Without a doubt, when it comes to that space, if that's the route that you guys choose, adding Foursquare, hopscotch in that space, if you are able to go that route, you wouldn't want to put equipment over in that space. And it's very inexpensive to add a hopscotch or a Foursquare or something like that, some type of a design within inside of that port in place. Now, if you start going huge, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Humble ISD. We just wrapped up a huge project with them. It was very detailed and it was expensive. Just a little here and there. It's not that much more. Perfect. You would actually, if you do choose to go the route of port in place, I would recommend not purchasing something for that space now until you know what might you add in that. If it's engineered wood fiber, we can pop it in at any time. It's no big deal. It's minimal. If it's port in place, then at that point you would want to know up front, do I want to put a design over here for a play element, or do I want an actual piece of play equipment, because it is very expensive at that point to put it in after with the port in place rubber.
Might be something for the next Parks Board meeting to consider. One other comment here, and then I know Mayor Pro Tem, you had an item. And I appreciate you saying humble correctly. Not a lot of people do. You can tell who's from Texas and who's not based off of how they say that, and who's from Manvel and who's not based
Well, I got educated on Manvel.
I know, you have the...
and I explained that I'm also with, we played Cold Springs in football, that I thought it was Springs. And come to find out, when I went there as well, it's Cold Spring. So I was corrected. I think I'm just Dobbin, Montgomery, Texas is where I'm from, and we make names up as we go. So do the best we can.
I think this playground is going to be very heavily used. It's going to be a special place as we look at what we're going to build out right here and the opportunities to do trails that connect the schools. It's going to be great. So that's where the bathroom, and especially having water fountains that are easily accessible around there, with how much running and activity and opportunities there, having water fountains is going to be important. I know that's not what you guys are designing, but an important call out for the team here at City Hall.
I do want to share with you guys that it's looking at this top view and looking at what I brought you, it doesn't look big. But when it's built, it's big. It's going to fill that 5,000 square foot area. And most of us, I like to think about when I was a little kid and my mom in the station wagon when we were able to ride in the back and had that Etch-a-Sketch, right? And I was and we'd come to that park, right? And we didn't have what's here today. It was just a merry-go-round and some monkey bars is what we all know it to be, and the big dome, right? And I was excited for that. When you drive up and you see something, the shades are 15 feet in the air, they expand out 16 feet. It's large, and you have 4 of them over. So that child coming to this area and coming to this park, they're going to be excited. You guys are really doing a nice thing for the community.
Thank you, Tim. Mayor Pro Tem?
I was just going to say that top corner up there, maybe we would consider a larger canopy and a couple of picnic tables for the parents to sit under while the kids are out playing. I know a pavilion is going to be a little distance over, have a little something right there for the parents to sit at.
That's something that we could look at. That's no problem. We could look at something like a bench with the shade over it.
I remember we talked about benches around
the
area.
outside. I think there's.
It didn't fit into their scope. It was more something that we could think about
Later, yeah.
We can make it fit in our scope.
But if we could get like a shade canopy that would match those shade canopies, we can put picnic tables under it.
There's options there, and I think
Yeah.
it's just deciding what we'd want to do before if we went with the pour in place. And I
Guarantee
think
there's
that's the
going to be
main
some
takeaway.
parents that's going to want to sit down.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Bonner, did you have one item?
No.
Okay. Tim, appreciate the overview.
Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
so much. We're excited to continue working with you here, and thank you to the Parks and Recreation Board. Council, any other comments and/or questions? All right, Councilman Bonner, can I get a motion from this agenda item?
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the Parks Board recommendation for the design and the not-to-exceed amount at $162,000.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Oplager. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations. And Dan, you'll keep us up to date. I'm assuming, some of these final decision points, like the poured in place compared to wood fiber, that'll come up. At what point would we suspect that needs to come up?
Yeah, so I think we'll know a lot more next week to see when the other numbers come in. Quite frankly, that'll tell us what we have to work with.
Okay, so maybe our next council meeting?
That's possible. It sure is possible.
At least before the end of the year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Other thing just to mention, when we're ready for it, if we can start to make sure to promote those designs and that opportunity there on social media, that way we can share it around, that would be amazing. All right, council, good work. Agenda item number 2, consideration and possible action to approve the first of 2 readings of ordinance number 2025-0-30. We had a presentation from our Director of Development Services during the public hearing. Council, any comments and/or questions? One question that I have, Joe's hearing none from council. The parking ratio, it's adequate for that location based off of the square footage size?
Yeah, we haven't done an extensive looking into it because it's the general retail allowance, and whenever the strip center was built, it was built to conformance. So since they're not adding anything to the overall square footage based on the retail ratio, it looks like it should be fine. But we can always double check.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Joes. Council, I will have a motion for this agenda item.
Second.
Oh, I guess I'm making the motion for the agenda item. We'll give the second
sorry,
to
I
Council.
misunderstood you.
No, you're good. We'll give the second to Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 5-0. We will go to agenda item number 3, consideration and possible action to approve a variance to the subdivision ordinance and authorize the city manager to execute the development agreement. This is an item that we postponed at the last meeting. So Dan and Joes, do you guys have an update for us tonight?
So last meeting, this variance request was requested. It is basically a request to, a variance request to the requirement for construction of sidewalk and construction of one half of the street to concrete curb and gutter. If you all remember at the meeting, one of the questions that the council had was instead of including a sidewalk, if they could consider milling and overlay of the both side of Jordan all the way to the bridge, and the applicant at that point was not very sure. He went back, and then we've had some coordination meeting with the developer, and they seem okay with that proposal. So right now what we have on the table is their variance request to mill and overlay the stretch of Jordan all the way to the bridge, and they're dedicating the land, but they are requesting the variance to construction of one side concrete curb and gutter as well as the sidewalk, instead doing the entire stretch till the bridge.
And you may recall, I sent out an exhibit to council late last week to kind of show the differences. So doesn't look like we have anybody from the.
Yeah, we do have
okay, great.
Ian, who's with EHRA Engineering. And so in the packet, we do have the DA that we have is the original version that we had. Depending on what decision is made, we will revise the DA to capture the condition that the overlay and milling will be to the extent to the bridge, and then we'll get it signed from the applicant before it's signed and recorded.
Yeah, I can answer any questions that you may have. Ian Knox, EHRA Engineering. Do you want my residential address as well? Yeah, so this variance, and Joe's covered it fairly well. I think the one point I would like to make as well is that the timing of the milling and overlay will be with Section 16. Reason being is you don't want to do it now and then have it all torn up by the trucks during construction. But yes, this is just a request to do the mill and overlay from the bridge all the way to Meridiana Parkway instead of the sidewalk, which would be a little bit difficult to do with the open ditch that's existing there, and to not build just half of the road, curb and gutter.
And a couple of questions that came up from council was one, just to confirm that the sidewalk on Meridiana Parkway in front of the commercial business, commercial development, that will get constructed, right?
The sidewalk in front of the commercial.
On Meridiana Parkway.
Oh, yes, it will.
That was one of the questions.
Just not on
that
Jordan.
came up.
Yes, so it would go to the corner.
Correct.
And I don't know how far, wherever the walkways would end up being, that's where it would end.
Right, so yeah, you essentially have a ramp there. So.
Right.
Right. And we also talked about that would be converted to a four-way stop, just like Inspiration Way was.
Correct.
So this will be a four-way stop. And I think when Robbie ordered the stop sign, the flashing illuminated stop signs, did we order for this intersection too, or not yet? Okay, so just, anyway, so that'll be part of this project. So you've already cleared out, or I guess cleared and grubbed the section back behind it?
Yes, and I had another point I was going to make about this. Access to Jordan.
Yes, the fuel trucks.
Correct, the fuel trucks. We are going to address that more close around the permitting time. We've got a few ideas that we're looking at to keep that from basically them driving all over Jordan.
For the council members that weren't privy to that conversation, so the question was full, heavily loaded fuel trucks coming in on an asphalt road and making a turn. It's just a recipe for disaster. So one thing they thought, or one thought was, okay, well, they'll come in full on Meridiana Parkway and then possibly leave empty on Jordan. But when we were in the meeting last week, I think the agreement actually says that they won't use Jordan at all, right?
Yeah, correct.
For fuel trucks at all. So that's why, from staff perspective, we're okay with that. If council wants to do asphalt the whole way on Jordan, we're fine. The dump trucks?
The fuel trucks?
The fuel trucks, right.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I apologize, Dan, and thank you for being here tonight. I had to step out. Did I hear that stop signs are now going to be installed for Meridiana Parkway here at Jordan? As
part of their development, yes.
Yeah, okay. That's a given, or that still has to be studied and confirmed?
Yeah, no, it's a given. We just need to make sure it's being done to the city standards, so.
Okay. What is the timeline that we're looking at for that?
So I was just telling the rest of council and Dan that it's going to go concurrently with Section 16 of Meridiana, and the main reason being, and I'm trying to think of how far out that is. I don't know if I have that on my radar quite yet. But the reason being is because if we were to construct and mill and overlay this road before 16, the actual asphalt would be torn up by all the trucks.
I'm sorry, let me clarify specifically focusing on the stop signs for a second.
Oh, the stop signs?
When can we get those installed?
That would be part of the project. I don't have an exact date or time, but I mean, probably after the mill and overlay is complete.
Yes,
That's the last time we discussed with the developer. They were open to doing it as soon as practically can be done, as long as we can confirm the standards and everything. So either part of the project or sooner than that, I believe, is what we discussed.
I mean, that could be part of the development agreement, right? I mean, we could just hard code that in there.
Okay, because I would like to see it happen sooner rather than later. There's been accidents over the past few years at this intersection. If knowing that's a part of this project scope, if we can accelerate that timeline for a safety perspective, that would be preferred.
Okay.
I see a head shake no. Chief?
Well, we were actually doing a warrant study out there as we've been speaking on it. We have the numbers and the data. We just hadn't compiled the data. But as far as, don't want to go against what anybody said, but as far as accidents, we haven't had that many accidents in the past 3 years to warrant stop signs at that point. That's why we were talking with the city manager about this project coming up, and the development that's coming in would be the perfect opportunity to
Tie those two.
tie the stop signs in with that development, because it is going to become a more traveled intersection as the development increases. That's why we were trying to tie it into the development instead of the warrant study, which really does not justify the stop signs as of yet.
That makes sense, because I know there's been a few, Chief, but it's not enough to warrant what you would need for accidents or for traffic or for the volume of cars. It's not at that point.
We actually went back with the accidents for the past 3 years. We've only had one accident reported
one.
there this year since January.
This year, okay.
And that was the young lady that spoke the other night. So we actually went back for 3 years, and I think we've had 4 accidents in 3 years. So it has to be 5 accidents in a year to be considered a dangerous intersection to meet the warrant.
So if this commercial development was not happening on this corner, we're probably still not putting in a four-way stop. But because of this, that's what's going to drive the warrant.
Okay.
If that helps.
And then let's go, I just have one more question, Councilman Bonner, and then we'll go to you. So just to make sure my understanding's correct, so it would be the asphalt milling, asphalt overlay from Meridiana Parkway all the way down to the bridge.
Yes.
No sidewalk along Jordan, no escrowing of funds along Jordan, but the sidewalk along Meridiana Parkway would still be built as a part of this project scope.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And a portion of right-of-way will be dedicated towards Jordan.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Councilman Bonner?
I'm extremely worried that we're not taking into account that we're fixing to dump a bunch of dump trucks in that area, in that intersection. That's what I'm more worried about, that now we're going to wait until we have 5 accidents that involve these dump truck traffic to put some stop signs in. I want to be proactive about this, and I understand the study, but I don't know that we're taking into account how many dump trucks are going to run every day through that intersection. And we're not going to know until the project kicks off. I get that. But maybe we don't have to wait. This project sounds like we're talking about, if we wait to do that, we're talking about a year.
It's a good
I'd
point.
just like us to keep it on the radar to where we monitor this intersection the first month or so, that we see the dump truck traffic when it starts, and that we'd be a little bit cautious about that.
And just to qualify, so he's talking about from the east side of Meridiana Parkway, our sand pit project, the Acre Lake.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's all I'd like to.
No, that's a good point, Councilman Bonner. I think has this property already been platted?
No, this variance is being used for.
Yeah, we need this variance in order to plat the.
So could we add a condition into this variance that says upon platting, the stop signs need to be installed? Okay.
Yep.
That way it triggers it a little bit sooner, so that way it's not near the end, or it's not once the road has been milled and overlaid, but it's at the point of platting, then they have to be installed. Councilman Bonner, is that something you'd be in support of? Yes. Okay. All right, Council, any other comments or questions about this agenda item?
I just would like to say that, especially where these underground tanks are located or proposed to be located, that's going to be real hard to get fuel trucks in and out of there without using Jordan. I guarantee they're going to use Jordan, and I don't see how we can prevent them from doing that. But even if they didn't use Jordan, doing a 360 around those gas pumps to get in and out, battling cars coming in and out, that's going to be a nightmare. I mean, I want to see the project. I'm not saying I don't want to see it, but I'm just saying that's going to be a challenge with the gas trucks.
And usually, Mayor Pro Tem Lands, to speak to that as a comment, usually a convenience store and gas station would go through the SUP process, because then we would have a say over whether or not it's the right land use. This is an item that's built into where they can do it as a part of the PUD. So that's where, if people come to us in the future wondering why is the city allowing another gas station, it's not that we're allowing, it's built into the agreement back from 2007 is I think when the agreement was entered into. So I share those same
Sure.
exact concerns as you.
Yeah, but I mean, we're saying, the gas trucks can't use Jordan. I'm telling you they're going to use Jordan. So, yeah.
What are some of the, to speak to that, what are some of the ideas, if you can share, that you guys are looking at to mitigate that?
The only one that really was my idea, and it's probably not a great one because I'm not an engineer, but I do work for a firm. Ride-in only would probably be my recommendation. That way they couldn't actually pull out onto Jordan. That's really the only one I came up with. But we get our big brains at the firm to look at some better ideas or different ideas as well. But I know there are discussions occurring right now.
Dan, Joes, is there anything that we could do to build into this agreement that could help facilitate the intent of what we're looking for here?
Possibly, as much as I hate to say it, it may need to be concrete from Meridiana Parkway to at least that first entrance. And then it's a non-issue.
I would say that might do the exact opposite of what we're wanting. That might help facilitate more of the
agreed, right?
Trucks going in. Yeah, I get where you're coming from, though. Okay.
Or adding a pork chop so they can't, and they'll just drive over it.
Don't say that word.
Shaking there, Dan. Councilman Bonner.
I'm trying to see. I see what Councilman Lanz is talking about. They basically right now, if they pulled in off Meridiana, they're going to pull up to the tanks. And I'm also seeing how are they going to get down this small area along the front to get back out on Meridiana. Because I know they're not going to back up. They're not going to do that. Because it only looks like I'm trying to see how much room there is between the gas pumps and the curb out to Jordan. Is that 30 feet? At the narrowest point?
I mean, a lot of this will be more addressed at the permitting time as well, when the design is more solid. Yeah. And then I know that the talk has been about the convenience store gas station idea as well. I mean, we don't know, the developer could change their mind and do something else out there in the future. So, but that's what the direction is, right?
I guess as long as you know that we're worried about it a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
Y'all can keep it in the discussions with
of course,
staff.
Yeah, of course.
Tammy, just a question for you. This agenda item, it says to authorize the city manager, but I believe agreements like these need to be authorized by the mayor to execute. Is that correct?
Correct. So when y'all make the motion, if you'll update that with your motion.
Okay, perfect. We can do that. Any other comments or questions from council? Hearing, what I'll do first is I'll do an amendment to the agreement regarding the stop signs, and then we'll do the main motion. So I'll make a motion to amend the development agreement to include a condition that upon Meridiana Section 16 being platted, the stop signs must be installed at the intersection of Jordan and Meridiana Parkway. Do I have a second? Second. I have a second from Councilman Oplager. All those in favor? All those opposed? The amendment passes unanimously, 6-0. Now I will make the main motion to approve this development agreement with the variance to the subdivision ordinance authorizing the mayor to execute said agreement. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here tonight. Agenda item number 4, consideration and possible action to approve the second and final reading of ordinance 2025-0-25. This did pass at our last council meeting, but because it was not unanimous, it is on the regular agenda. Council, any comments and or questions regarding this agenda item?
Which one is it?
This is agenda item number 4. Manager Dan or Joe, is any updates that you guys would like to provide for us as it pertains to this item?
No, just a point of clarification. So the only reason this one's not on your consent agenda, just sort of the tradition that we've established, that is if on the first reading it was unanimous, then we put it on the consent agenda. If for whatever reason it's not unanimous, then we leave it on the regular agenda for second meeting.
Thank you, Dan. And I'll just say, council, I'm not necessarily fully in support of this agenda item, but the thing that has bothered me about this is that this property was residential. And because at some point in time, the government made it commercial, and because somebody did not live in it for a period of time, it's now being said that it has to be commercial. And to me, I feel like that's personally that if this was my property, that would be government overreach. That just because I want to live on this property or I want to live in this home and use it as mixed use, commercial and residential, just because it wasn't lived in for 6 months, which is an arbitrary time frame, that to me just crosses the line of what government is. I would prefer for it to be commercial. And I think it's a great commercial location. But it has bothered me that because a 6-month window passed that was defined by the state of Texas, that it can no longer be lived in as residential, which is why I'm in support of this item, but I'm also sympathetic to the concerns and the public comments that were made about the item as well. So it's a tough decision. That's all that I have to say. If there's no other comments and or questions, do I have a motion for this agenda item? We have a motion to approve from Councilman Oplager. We have a second from Councilwoman Roby Robinson. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes in a 5-1 vote. Thank you, everyone. Council, with your consent, I would like to move up agenda item number 7 before item number 5. Are you guys in support of that? Item number 7 is regarding HEB gift cards, but the budget amendment would be within item number 5, so we should discuss the gift cards first.
Yes.
Okay, all right, we got some head nods there. So we'll jump to agenda item number 7. This is consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2025-R-40. Manager Dan.
Thank you, Mayor. So for many years, I guess, council has, again, a tradition. It used to be, I guess, providing the staff with turkeys, right, at one point, and then at one point it was hams, and then it sort of migrated to a gift card at Bighorn Barbecue, and then since HEB is opened, I guess it was actually a gift card to HEB. When we brought it to council last year to approve the funds, just to make sure that that's something that you want to do for the staff. Obviously, the staff is growing. It's 100 and what did I tell you a while ago, 114 people. And probably by the time we go purchase these, it'll be closer to 120. But it started off, and I think we brought, $25 per person, per employee to council. And I believe it was Councilwoman Sarmiento that brought up, well, actually, let's, what can you really buy for your family with $25? So council went up to $50 per employee. So that's the ask. So the reason it's after item number 5, item number 5 is the budget amendment, but if we jumped into the budget amendment, it wouldn't make sense what we were talking about. So Tammy, correct me if I'm wrong, so we can't actually act on this one just yet, but so I guess we'll just, how do we do that, Bobby? Do is postpone it. We want to talk about it, do the budget amendment, and then come back and approve it?
Or approve them both at the same time.
Oh,
yeah,
beautiful.
We'll do both of them at the same time. Yep. Thank you, Dan, for that overview.
Sure.
Specifically regarding agenda item number 7, any comments or questions from council? Dan, one question for you is I know our current staffing count's 114. Is that with the 4 that we've hired? So
no, that's literally on staff right now. So I'm thinking it's going to be probably more like 120. I think
we should be closer to 120 when we get to that. We've got 114 as of today, and then our next hires are showing up on the 3rd or 4th of November, and we'll steadily go up from there.
And if for some reason there are some that are not used or whatever, then we would apply those to another staff gathering or whatever.
Perfect. Thank you, Dan. Any comments or questions from council? Councilman Rossi Knox, can I get a motion for, oh wait, no, pause. Almost. I caught it, guys. So we're going to group item number 7 and 5 together, but Councilman, I'll have you make a motion once we get to that. So agenda item number 5 is consideration and possible action to approve ordinance 2025-0-23. Dan, can you give us an overview of this item?
Sure. At your last council meeting, you agreed to go ahead and participate with Keep Pearland Beautiful to the amount of $25,000. So we need to do the budget amendment to actually move those dollars out of fund balance over to the place where they need to be. And since we had a budget amendment before you, we thought it would be a good time to add these other 2 things that would both need a budget amendment as well. One being the employee incentive gift cards, which, what's that number? 120 times, are we thinking $50 again? 6,000? She says we did it. No, I'm just kidding. Not to exceed $7,000 is what's in the resolution. And then the third one is an efficiency study. That was something that came up from council when we were talking about the regular audit, the normal financial audit that we're required to do. So this would be an organizational, operational, staffing, and efficiency study. We've already visited with a group that they're working in Pearland right now and Missouri City, and they look at things like they'll assess the organizational structure, evaluate alignment of divisions within the departments, reporting relationships, service delivery goals, identify any redundancies, gaps, or inefficiencies. They'll recommend streamlined organizational models with clear roles and accountability. They'll analyze operational workflows and processes, evaluate staffing levels and utilization with recommendations there. And of course, Mayor, your favorite, the recommendation of performance metrics, benchmarks, or key performance indicators, also known as KPIs, and identify cost savings opportunities and productivity improvements without compromising service quality. So we met with this particular group at the end of our director meeting last week, and I'll be honest, we all got kind of excited about it because just, a third party to help us sort of zoom out for a minute. I know that all of our directors, all of our staff, they're very high capacity individuals, and typically what happens is when a new initiative comes in or whatnot, we just absorb it and we just keep going and just keep adding on. And I don't know that we have the best metric to see when we're saturated, whenever you can't add anything else to the plate. So anyway, this is part of the budget amendment as well, Mayor.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. I know Councilman Bonner and Mayor Pro Tem Lance talked about this during the budget cycle, so I'm excited to see it here. Councilman Bonner, do you have a comment?
Just want to make sure I understand. So we're looking to approve a total of 82,000, or is that about the basic number?
Yes, sir. 25,000 for Keep Pearland Beautiful, up to 7,000 for employee incentive gift cards, and up to 50,000 for an efficiency study.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Bonner.
Question. When did Councilwoman Sarmiento, when did she ask for the $50? Or
That was last year, about this time, so 1 year ago.
are we not able to increase that another 25? We did? But she said last year, right?
Yeah, so it was $25. Last year, it was increased from 25 to 50. And so are you asking to increase it more this year?
Correct.
What would you like to see it increase to?
Well, $75 per person instead of 50. Or 60, just a slight increase. Things are going up. It's expensive, so.
What would be your recommendation there, Councilman? What would you like
75.
75. Is there anybody on council that would be opposed to that?
Well, I have a question. Do we have this incentive program like for Christmas too? Or is it just Thanksgiving?
It's just Thanksgiving. So it was at Christmas time, and then we backed it up to, so if we do it for Thanksgiving, then if that's when they have the family over as Thanksgiving, then they'll have it then. If they don't have it till Christmas, either way, it'll spend the same in November or December. But no, we're not going to do a second one, to answer your question. We can. That's certainly up to council. I don't think anyone on staff will say, no, that's too much.
I said, are we considered staff? He was like, no. I was like, oh, okay, all right.
Councilman, would you be in support of increasing it to 75?
Yeah, I'll support Garrett.
Okay, so it seems like there's a support there. Thank you, Councilman.
Does that include the police or no? Okay, I'm just making sure, if we're increasing, okay, all inclusive, all right. Yeah, let's do it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. In regards to the efficiency audit, Dan, I like the way that you presented it. In the era of DOGE, it seems like a lot of governments are just interested in cutting for the sake of cutting. Gosh be damned to the consequences of making the cuts. And that's not what this is about. This is about identifying ways that we can build upon what we're doing good, identify the gaps that we have, and how can we fill those gaps. And also, if there is redundancy, what can we do to streamline and to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollars? So looking at where we want to be in the future, leveraging that 20-year strategic plan and identifying the steps that we need to take now to set us up for future success is exactly what we're about. So I appreciate, Dan, you and staff diving into that and finding a path forward. We want this to be an enhancement and a value add to what we do here as the city, and I'm excited to see the results of that. Any other comments, or Councilman Bonner?
I do appreciate the fact that they didn't take it in a manner that we were after any personal person, okay? I appreciate that they understand that we're trying to make the city better and that we all can find things that we're not doing in an efficient manner. Every one of us can. I would hope they look at maybe some of the things that council does too. You know, some of our procedures that might be more efficient way to spend our time. So thank you to the staff for understanding the request.
One way we could do that, Councilman, is limiting it to 2 questions apiece per council member. No, that'd be tough. That'd be tough for me.
I do have a
That'd be tough.
question.
Yes, Councilwoman.
It's not related to the gift cards, but the Keep Pearland Beautiful, it was $25,000. How long have we been, like, participating in giving that amount?
So, like it started out at 10,000, and then it's gradually gone up to the 25,000. So it was Mayor Davison's second term or second year in office. So this would be the 4th fiscal year, I think.
Mm-hmm. And it's just for like improvements to keep Pearland beautiful. What?
So, Councilwoman, this is actually where our citizens can use some of the recycling services at the Stella Roberts Recycling Center, and it offsets their costs.
Okay.
So for some things, it costs our citizens $0 to use it, such as dropping off the paint that Mayor Pro Tem Lance is going to bring up there here soon.
Okay.
I dropped some off the other day.
All right, I was just making sure. I was going to say, does Pearland give us any? But no, okay.
No, this is, the Stella Roberts Recycling Center is operated by the organization Keep Pearland Beautiful. So while we're
I
donating.
remember when he came up
Yes,
here.
ma'am, absolutely. Great question. Thank you for clarifying. All right, Councilman Rossi Knox, do we have a motion here?
But is on this,
Can you mute yourself?
on this particular one that I asked to increase, is that on there somewhere that I could like?
Yeah, what I would suggest doing is making a motion to approve the agenda items number 5 and 7, specifically with the HEB gift cards not to exceed, I would say, $10,000.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve items 5 and 7. And then on the HEB gift cards, we gotta do the math though. If we increase to 75, then it's
120 times 75 is 9,000. So
It would be 10,500 if you use the same formula for the not to exceed the 7,000.
okay, not to increase 10,500
To exceed. Perfect. We have a second from Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0 for agenda item 5 and 7. Turkeys for everyone. Thank you, Councilman, for working to get that extra $25 for the staff there. All right, now we have an interesting one here on the agenda. Item number 6, consideration and possible action to approve an interlocal agreement between the Harris County Department of Education and the City of Manvel and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. Dan, why are we partnering with the Harris County Department of Education?
Yes, this is one of the strangest acronyms. So the program is HCDE Choice Partners Interlocal. Okay, so we already partner with like TIPS and HJC's Buy Board. So we're very familiar with the co-op form of purchasing. So a good example is if we need to construct something, and it's a very unique thing, and it's sometimes tough to find 3 vendors that we need in order to purchase it. Well, with these co-ops, if they're approved and if we have an agreement with them, then we can go. We know that the lowest price has already been negotiated, say for the entire region, or at least for sure for the county. So this one came up, and Robbie can talk about it a little bit, because this was for a specific project. As it turned out, we were able to go a different route on that specific project. So we don't have to have this one necessarily tonight. The urgency is gone, but it's another opportunity that we can use, right, Robbie?
Yes, sir. It'd actually be good to have, because it'll give us more options to competitively bid, like Dan say.
So that was and then this actually has a rebate program. So I don't know how it actually works. That'll be like a Rosie question, but we can actually get some money back on what we spend each year or whatever.
And refresh memory, what was the project specifically?
So this was actually for the grounds maintenance for the police station and for City Hall.
That's right. And instead we were able to use tips?
No, actually, I just got 3 quotes.
Just got 3 quotes,
Yes.
okay.
Gotcha.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Robbie. Council, any comments or questions? Just two. Oh, go ahead, Councilman.
Sounds like a good deal.
Two questions, Robbie and Dan. I know that these types of programs usually charge not a membership fee, but the organization operating the program, they need to make money. And so they charge, basically view it as like a surcharge on the purchase. Do we know if there's a set percentage or what that could be expected to?
So I know, like associated with Bob Board, you actually pay a Bob Board fee at the time of your invoice. But how you recoup some of that money back, I don't know. I ain't quite sure with that. But
And what I can tell you, so Rosie will have us spot check. So if one comes, if we just go straight to buy board or through tips, then she'll oftentimes throughout the year, even though it's already pre-negotiated, get an outside quote. And let's just make sure,
Right.
just sort of the belt and suspenders approach. Because even what we'll find every time is what is the most advantageous to the city is even if they do have that surcharge or whatever on there, the negotiated price is still that much lower than we can do on the open market. So it's a great question, Mayor. And if a project comes up that we want to go through them, we would verify that first to make sure that we're.
and that also goes with like purchasing vehicles and stuff as well too.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. The second question, and I know we're capping it at 2 here now. So does our participation in this restrict our ability to do direct bids or to use buy board or tips? This is just another tool in the toolkit.
Right.
Perfect. All right. Perfect. Thank you. Any other comments or questions, council? Can I have a motion for this agenda item?
A motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Councilwoman Roby Robinson. Do I have a second? I'll second. We have a second from Councilman Rossi Knox. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 6-0. Agenda item number 8, consideration and possible action to approve resolution number 2025-R-41. I'll introduce this item. So every year, the HGAC, the Houston Galveston Area Council caucus meets, the caucus that we are a part of, in order to elect the board. I am on the board for HGAC. Every year, we get to send a representative and an alternate to the caucus meeting. And it's always the mayor and the mayor pro tem. Because we have a different mayor pro tem every year is why we bring forward this resolution to reappoint the mayor and then to appoint the new mayor pro tem. So council, in approving this resolution, it would be appointing myself as the mayor to be the representative, and then Mayor pro tem David Lands as the alternate. Any comments or questions about that? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve it as such. Do I have a second? Second. We have a second from Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 6-0. Agenda item number 10, consideration and possible action to direct staff on establishing a volunteer chaplain program. Council, this was an item that, talking with Mayor Pro Tem Lands and our city manager, I wanted to bring forward before there was any direction provided to staff to put something together. I wanted to see if council would be open to it. Cities like Pearland, Friendswood, Alvin, League City, and others, Pasadena, have these volunteer programs. It's not a city staff member. They're not paid by the city, but where religious leaders, and it's not just sectioned off to just be Christian, but religious leaders can participate in a volunteer chaplain program to be an available resource for our employees, police, city staff, public works, in the need that an employee is asking for some spiritual guidance. We as a city do not have anything like this right now. So we would need to do research, see what works for other cities, things such as background checks, a little bit of training, etc. I wanted to see if council would be open to considering an item like this on establishing a volunteer program that's also voluntary for our employees to use in their times of need before we went any further with staff on that item. Manager Dan, I know you've had experience with one of these programs in the past. If you could speak to that, and then we'll open it up to comments and questions.
Sure, and just a quick qualifier. So Chief and I had a chance to talk about it a little bit. So there are, I guess, 2 different types of chaplain programs, and you aren't, at least your presentation, you're not talking about a staff person. You're not talking about a police chaplain per se, like a city of Chicago or city of New York, something might happen. You're talking about literally a cadre of probably local pastors, youth pastors, whomever that could be a resource. Maybe they meet in City Hall, maybe they meet at Bighorn, or maybe they meet somewhere else, but there's some sort of, I don't know if sponsorships are right, but some sort of coordination through the city only because they're all within the city. And you're right. So I was a chaplain for Alvin. It was managed, it still is managed through their PD. That's just the way it happened to be. I don't know how that came to be, why it was through that particular department. It just was, and maybe it was the biggest department. I think Friendswoods is the same way. I'm not sure about League City or Pearland. Are theirs managed through them?
I know that the police departments have, some of the police departments have their own chaplain program, but I mean, I think we're talking about two different things, because the police department chaplain has specific requirements they have to meet and follow, where a volunteer chaplain program does not have to meet those same type of requirements. So it's something that I guess you say there's a balance you have to look at, because for a police chaplain, there's specific training, specific requirements. So honestly, I've never heard of I'm not saying it's not out there, but a city chaplain program. Only chaplain programs I've heard of will be through the fire department and the police department. So I'm kind of out of my arena on that area for a city program.
Chief, from your experience with these chaplain programs, while they might have to go through specific training for police or fire, these chaplains, could they be available? Let's say somebody in public works needs some religious guidance and they reach out to HR because they're lost, they're going through a difficult time, maybe they just lost a child. Have you seen where police or fire make themselves available, those chaplains, to that, or is it just isolated to police and fire?
I have never been involved in a chaplain program. I know that there's requirements to it. Where I used to work, they did not have a chaplain program. They did in the fire department, but not in the police department or the city. So I really can't answer that question, but it is a resource that can be used if you had a program out there that can be called on. It's hard to describe, but when you look at different aspects of the city, okay, and I'm not saying anybody's better than anybody else, but you have police officials that look at things different as compared to, and I'm use public works. It's two different people, two different personalities, two different things. Same thing with any other city hall employee. Police department, police officers are different when it comes to this type of resource, I guess you would say. It is a good resource to have. That's why they have the specialized training for police chaplains. They have to know and understand police and police officers. There's specific certifications they have to go through, or some agencies require these specific certifications. I've actually pulled some up, and again, I'm talking strictly police chaplains. Some of the requirements, educational requirements, a bachelor's degree in theology or any social work, a completion of a chaplaincy training program, which some of these chaplain training programs are put on specifically for police and police personnel. So it's hard to really say, or for me to even say anything about my interactions with them, because I've never had that interaction or never had to have that interaction, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Yes.
I'm not saying it's not beneficial. It's just, how do we want to interject that role in the city?
Of course. Thank you, Chief. Well, I'd like to open it up to council comments and thoughts here. This is not something the city, as long as I've been involved in, has considered. It's something that would be new for the city. I want to see if there's an openness to exploring further rather than just making unilateral decisions. And so I see Councilman Bonner, you're unmuted. We'll go to you first, and then we'll go Mayor Pro Tem Lance.
So my question was kind of for Chad. The current program we have through HR benefits, where people, if they have an issue with any program right now, can you explain what the availability is through that program?
Yes, sir. Afternoon, Mayor and Council. So with our EAP program, our employee assistance, if a employee comes up with any type of issue, such as a death in a family, maybe it's financial, maybe they're going through divorce or what have you, we have a program through Texas Health, and then we also have another program through Next Level Urgent Care, where they have psychiatrists, they have counselors that are available to assist. But something that we always suggest, and they suggest as well, is reaching out to your local religious leaders if you need someone such as a counselor, what have you. So something we do in the HR department when we're having these conversations prior to reaching out to our EAP providers is letting them know that that is an option. If they're looking for a non-denominational area, or if they're Catholic or Baptist, Protestant, where if they're not going to church, where there's an area that they can reach out to. The main focus is to give as many outlets to the employee as possible, to where if they're not comfortable talking to this person, well, maybe the next person, or maybe the next person. We do our best inside the office, but it's always good to have these different outlets that are professionally trained, either as a counselor or psychiatrist or counselor, to where they can actually get that professional help.
So I'm kind of wondering, it sounds like overall we have a program in place. Maybe an add to that program would be to get, if we had local ministers that wanted to participate, they could have a discussion as a group, whoever wanted to participate with you, and agree that that's an outlet that you could say, here we have a group identified that's general religions, if we can get, most all the religions covered, and we could handle it that way, just as an addition to our program that's already in place.
Yes, right now we just don't have a list of actual counselors or those religious leaders.
And that's what I'm saying. If we could identify, the mayor may already have talked to some of them. I don't know, but it seems like we probably have a group around here that we could talk to and identify. Would they like to participate? Not as a meeting all the time, just as, can you be on our list to call if this person identifies that they would like to talk to somebody in that way. Otherwise, I think, other than the religious aspect, I think our program covers most everything that has been discussed.
We've actually had good feedback from both Texas Health. I want to say it's, don't quote me on this, but I want to say it's Deer Oaks that's their third party that does that. And the feedback we've gotten from Next Level Urgent Care, mainly this is for individuals that's going through a divorce. They're going through some change in life, something of that nature. I personally haven't received any feedback on anything as far as what the chief was describing, as far as, any anguish for police officers, anything of that nature. Again, the chief would be the subject matter expert in that, but for the normal situations that come across HR, so far we've gotten good feedback from both Texas Health and Next Level.
Yeah. My experience is strictly on the medical side, on the EMS side. I know that group, and I feel like knowing enough police officers that I did and working on calls, they tend to take care of those issues amongst themselves. It's just the way they're built. I think the chief can say the same thing. Police officers and fire officers, they're built a little bit different. For years and years and years, the stigma was out there that if you talked about your problems out in the open, you were weak. And that's changed over the years. There's too much information out there. But I think this is a great program that we offer to employees. I think we can strengthen it. by maybe getting a list of people together and just make it that much better.
Thank you, Councilman, for those comments. Mayor Pro Tem Lance.
Okay, I am definitely in favor. I like the idea of this volunteer chaplain program. I do think we have to be careful. And I'm sure they're just going to go through with vetting or training or whatever else. Because I don't want us, okay, let's do a scenario. Let's say we have an employee and they need, they're requesting counseling from a pastor, in our neighborhood. And the situation is this employee has a teenage son that's into drugs. And this pastor gives him guidance on, okay, here's what you need to do. Go tell your son this or whatever else. And then goes home and does that, and then the boy commits suicide because of the differences between his parent and him. And then the parent comes back to the city and says, or the chaplain, because he's working with the city, they said it's your fault. I listened to what y'all said, and I'm going to sue you. So, I love the idea, but through the process of it, we have to be careful. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments, Councilwoman? Were you unmuted for a reason?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Any other comments or questions? Well, I think for this item, I think that there might be an opportunity at Chad's level to, as an addition to the EAP, maybe work on what that list might be to provide it as a resource, taking into consideration the Mayor Pro Tem's comments. If you guys are okay with it, let me put my head and I'll reach out to Dan and we'll talk about it and see if there's something that could come from this and bring it back forward. Not trying to, of course, force any sort of religious or specific beliefs. And, Councilman Bonner, something you said is, police and EMS, they're definitely built different. And that goes to the chief's point of, if you have somebody specifically for police, then you need to make sure that they go through the certification, they go through the training. It's very specific. I know of programs that are out there that it's a 3-day, 4-day program that it's just for the police department because of the situations that they might come across and they might run into. So let's not take any action on this tonight, but see if maybe there's some legs here for the future. Does that work for you guys? Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for the feedback. Chad, thank you for that insight on the EAP program. That's a great program that we have. Council, we will now head into executive session. I'll read this out. We will step back first, and then Mr. City Manager will come get you when we're ready. This is City Council will convene into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, personnel matters to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, and duties of a public officer or employee. This is the yearly performance review for Daniel S. Johnson, City Manager. We will head back into executive session at 8:12 p.m. We'll reconvene from executive session here at 10:51 p.m. Having taken no action in executive session, regular agenda item number 11, consideration and possible action regarding the compensation of the city manager. Dan, just want to say that we appreciate you, appreciate the work that you've put in, the leadership that you've exuded, the standard that you've set. Living out the core values of the city goes a long way, and we've all set the bar very high. Council, you, and we can see that the department heads and all of our employees are, pursuing perfection. And we know that we'll never achieve perfection, but in the pursuit of it, we can achieve excellence. And we appreciate all that you do to walk out a life of excellence, as well as every city employee that we have here in the city of Manvel. And so, Council, with that, I will make a motion that we, according to the contract, give our city manager, Dan Johnson, an additional 5% performance-based incentive. Do we have a second from Councilman Bonner? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Any mayor or council comments? Any council comments? I'll go ahead.
I was going to say, keep up the good work.
Love that. Just a few here. Want to give a big shout out to Dan, as you said during your city manager update, to Lisette, just the entire team. There's so many people to name that made the Fall Music Festival happen. A lot of employees that didn't work, it came out and stopped by to enjoy it. There was years in the making, many months of detailed, meticulous planning, and a lot of good feedback. As the councilwoman said, opportunities to improve certainly, but a lot of good things there. Also want to give a shout out for the Almost Heaven Trail that was put in place. I know that we've done some tweaking and improvements to it, and we're doing some additional work out there, but I walked it the other day, and it's a beautiful trail to walk on now at a beautiful park. So thank you to the Public Works team for that. Mayor Pro Tem, you want to make a motion for us to adjourn here, unless anyone has anything else?
I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
All right, we have a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
I second.
We have a second from the councilwoman. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0.